Please welcome to the stage, Voters of Tomorrow Chief of Staff, Bailey Hona.
Hi everyone, good morning and welcome to day 2 of the Year of Youth Summit. Before I get started, we should have a QR code up here in a second to fill out your breakout room preferences if you didn't get to that yesterday. Thank you all for joining us. You guys have no idea how happy we are that you're here. It's so great to be back on this stage with you all. I got my start in politics when I was about 9 years old after the election of Donald Trump. Since then, I have dedicated every day to keeping him out of the White House, and I'm not stopping anytime soon. I'm so proud to have a role in this organization, and it's a dream to work with this group of remarkable people. We're excited to hear from amazing speakers and panelists throughout the day, and a super cool surprise thrown in later on. Let's just say we're coconuts about it. For me, this work is not just a job, not just a resume builder, but my passion. The stakes are too high for Gen Z to sit back and watch this happen. Donald Trump's Project 2025 is a direct threat to us, banning abortion, rolling back regulations on deadly firearms, striking down the right to marry based on who you love, are all outright attacks on Gen Z, but we will not continue to let it stand. Gen Z is strong. We are resilient, and we won't let this slide. This election is up to us. We are all going to show up and show out this November. As a 16-year-old woman in politics, I am so extremely excited to elect Kamala Harris this November. Not only for me, but for my younger self and younger women just like me everywhere. I started this work on the local level. At 13, I managed my mom's city council campaign in our small, very red town in Connecticut. I worked to build trust with my community, and I'm proud to say she won that election by just 4 votes. That summer, I was elected chair of Connecticut High School Democrats. In that position, I worked to build a strong base of Connecticut high school students looking to get involved, registered voters, and activated Gen Z's perspective to our leaders. I've had the privilege of serving on Connecticut Democrats State Central Committee, where I've built relationships with statewide electeds and party leaders. There's a reason that you hear all politics is local, because it really is. Without local leaders, organizers, and activists on the ground like you all, there would be nothing. Young people find so much power in the communities, and it's an integral part of youth representation. Our next speaker knows this to be true. Representative Sam Park is the longest serving Asian American and the first openly gay man to be elected to the Georgia State Legislature. He's also the first Asian American and LGBTQ member elected to a position as whip of the Georgia House Democrats. Sam has been a champion for youth in Georgia, and I'm so excited to welcome him to the Year of Youth stage. Thank you.
Good morning. Welcome to Georgia. Welcome to the cradle of the civil rights movement, the birthplace of Dr. King, and the political epicenter of the South. My name is Sam Park, and it is an honor to be with y'all this morning. Thank you to Voters of Tomorrow for bringing us together and all the work y'all have done to empower the next generation of leaders to rise up, lead, and serve. And a special thank you to our Georgia chapter and our president, Ashley Ewald. Only in a democracy like ours is a story like mine possible. I'm the grandson of refugees from the Korean War, the son of immigrants raised by a single mother who struggled to make ends meet. Against all odds, by the power of the vote, I became the first Asian American Democrat and the first openly gay man elected to the Georgia State Legislature. Thank you. Growing up in Georgia, never in my wildest dreams could I imagine that someone like me could be elected in my home state. Yet I stand before you today as the longest serving Asian American in our state's legislature and as whip of the Georgia House Democratic Caucus. As I reflect upon my story, it is a reminder that our country, while imperfect, remains a nation of opportunities and endless possibility. Over the next 100 days, we must do all we can to protect our vibrant democracy that enables us to address the injustices we've inherited, overcome the challenges we face today, and make real progress as a nation by the people, for the people. Now let's be clear. Our country has never fully lived up to its founding principles and values. We've had a fight for our rights every step of the way. Yet as the arc of history bends toward justice, so the story of America is one of progress, one of expanding fundamental freedoms and rights for all. It has always been ordinary people and young people with extraordinary vision that have led the way and redeemed the soul of our nation. As a native Georgian born and raised, I was taught that when you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, you have to speak up. You have to say something. You have to do something. In the face of injustice, we must continue to act up and get into good trouble. It is the legacy we have inherited and the torch of progress that we must continue to carry as we are the next generation of leaders. As it is a responsibility of every generation of Americans to perfect our union, it is our responsibility to ensure our country lives up to its promise of ensuring freedom, equality, and justice for all. Our time is now. As an American citizen, as a voter, each and every one of you have an incredible amount of power. In the words of John Lewis, the vote is the most powerful, nonviolent change agent we have in a democratic society, and we must use it. Do not underestimate the power you have. Recognize the responsibility and opportunity that comes with your power. If our generation voted at the same rates as those 65 years and older, we could change this country overnight for the better. Yes. And God willing, this November we will do just that by electing Kamala Harris as the next president of the United States of America. Now, we must also recognize that our work of perfecting our nation, of making systemic changes to fixing systemic problems, is hard work, work that requires us to be strategic, resilient, and collaborative. We must play the long game and work toward building power at all levels of government, from city councils and boards of education to the State House to the White House. We must be persistent and indomitable in spirit, where no matter how many times we may get knocked down, we get back up. And we must work in coalition, because our diversity is our strength, and we truly are stronger together. So this morning, as we approach the 100-day mark for this critically important election, I want y'all to do 3 things as leaders of the next generation. First, anchor yourself. Amidst the turmoil and chaos around us, we all need to be firmly grounded to avoid being swept away by the waves. Know your why, your purpose. Know why you are stepping up to do the hard work of leading and serving. Be rooted in your family, community, and with your loved ones. Be rooted to the reason why you stepped up to lead, which should serve as a wellspring of motivation, especially when the going gets tough. Second, give yourself sanctuary. Be intentional with taking care of yourself. Give yourself the time and the space you need to physically and mentally rest and recharge. If you're tired, and I get tired especially with all the madness going on these days, but if you're tired, don't give up. Rest, recharge, and get back at it. We need you. We need everyone in this moment to overcome the forces of fear and hate that threaten to take us backwards. And lastly, vote, vote, vote. Use the power of the vote to build a better country. Use the power of the vote to bend the arc of history toward freedom and justice for all. That's what we're fighting for. We are continuing the long fight for our freedom to vote, our freedom to choose, our freedom to love. So as we stand on the right side of history, grounded in our highest American principles and values, encourage your friends and family to vote. Too much is at stake this election. So rise up and lead. Join a campaign. Volunteer to knock on doors, organize, donate your time, energy, and resources, and empower your fellow American to vote. By doing so together, by the power of the vote, the most powerful nonviolent change agent we have in a democratic society, we will win in November and continue the march toward justice for all and build our beloved community. Thank you so much.
Please welcome to the stage Senator Doug Jones.
Congratulations. Congratulations on being here. This is a great event. I'm so honored to be back. Spoke to you last year. I recognize a lot of people here. You know, I told Bailey, I got my start in politics when I was 9 years old too. That was shortly after the Civil War. Joe Biden and I got together to, you know, look, this has been a difficult month. You know that. It has been a difficult month. People went from an excitement about a campaign to a real dejection, not knowing what was going to happen. Nowhere was that felt more than in the Jones household because of the relationship that my wife Louise is here somewhere out in that audience, and I have with Joe Biden and Jill and the Biden family. It was a difficult month. But now it is one of the most exciting times in politics and American history that I can remember in my long lifetime. And you are part of that. You have got to take control of this. Let me tell you, I'm not going to talk about Kamala Harris. You know about Kamala Harris. I'm not going to talk about the successes of the Biden administration, which I believe Joe Biden will go down in history as one of the greats, one of the top five. And we've had some great presidents. We've had some bad presidents. Most recently, we've had some bad presidents, okay? But Joe Biden and the Harris administration, I believe, will go down as one of the greats in the top five. No question about it. But I don't want to talk about that. You are here because you are activists in your own right. You are interested. You follow. You do social media. You do whatever you can to stay involved in politics. So you know that. You know the issues. You know what is at stake in this election. Because, you know, every election, I tell people, and you hear it all the time, this is the most important election of my lifetime. And guess what? It is. It's always the most important election because it's the next election. And the next election sets the tone for the next 2 to 4 years. And so, but this year, the fate of this country and the fate of democracy, not just in America, but around the world, may depend on this election. Project 2025 versus Kamala Harris. And hopefully a Senate that she can work with, hopefully a House that she can work with, but that's going to be up to us, and particularly up to you. You know, the enthusiasm that comes from younger voters is often really disproportionately helpful in support for a campaign, more disproportionately helpful than older voters or middle-aged voters. Here's what I mean by that. You guys are a pretty sophisticated group of consumers of messaging. You grew up with messaging in ways unimaginable in my generation, when I was your age, and even just 15 years ago or so, 20 years ago or so, when I was the U.S. Attorney in Birmingham. Unimaginable what's going on today, but you guys grew up in that. When you care enough to amplify the messages that you care about on the issues, especially with your narratives of what you care about most for the present and for the future, that can be incredibly powerful. Now, clearly I'm speaking somewhat about social media and your presence on social media and your messaging on social media. But folks, make no mistake. Make no mistake. I think, maybe this is just old school, but I think it's equally important, and in some instances more important, that you talk about these issues face to face with your friends. Don't let folks hide behind their phones or their computers or their iPads. Have a dialogue with people that may disagree with you. Talk face to face. It's easy to get pushback on social media. We do it, you do it. That's really easy when you're sitting at home, you're sitting in your apartment, wherever you are. You may be on a bus, you may be in somebody else's car. Don't do it while you're driving. To push back, and you get the pushback often. But it's harder to do when you can sit down and talk to people. When you can eyeball them face to face and say, let's talk about this. I understand where you're coming from, but man, we need to find some common ground here. That is the power that you can harness. You grew up with your phones, and you grew up learning how to use the messaging that reaches so many people. But sometimes it gets lost that one-to-one messaging is so important. Because one-to-one messaging can also have that ripple effect. Because guess what? That other person's also got a social media following. And the people that follow them have got a social media following. So it's like that ripple in a pond. You make a difference with one person, and it spreads out throughout the entire social media atmosphere. And the movement grows. Your narratives grow. What is important to you grows and becomes part of the dialogue for America. Remember, a lot of the work that was done shortly after 2020 showed how difficult it was to vote if you were young. Many of the voter suppression laws that have been enacted over the past decade were clearly intended to suppress minority voters, but they're also having the effect of suppressing youth. People who, like you, who have lives and who are busy and can't always take the time on one election day between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. to go vote. You need to vote early. You need to get ballots in the mail. You need to do all those things. You can make a difference in that. But you've got to explain to people how important that vote is, how important it is to be inconvenienced if they have to, because that's how you ultimately make your voices known. Your social media presence will get you out there, and it'll go viral, and you'll get a lot of likes and all that crap. But it is your vote. It is your vote in not just the presidential election, but down ballot races. And we've got some serious ones. And when I mean down ballot, I mean all the way down to your local races, to your state legislature, to county commissioners, to all the races that you can, even the nonpartisan races like mayor and city councils. But we've got Senate races that are very tough this year. The election map for Democrats this year is not really good. And we got some really tough races. Look at those as you're trying to do some work, because everything you do for Kamala Harris will help Sherrod Brown and John Tester and Jackie Rosen and Tammy Baldwin and Bob Casey. It'll help all of those folks, and we can maintain at least maybe a 50-50 Senate. That's going to be tough. It's going to allow us to make sure that Hakeem Jeffries and not Mike Johnson is the Speaker of the House of Representatives. Folks, look, I'll end this before we take a couple of questions. It is absolutely true, and I'm really proud of him for doing it. A week ago tomorrow, Joe Biden did one of the most selfless acts of political courage that I've ever seen. Not since George Washington has someone truly stepped away from the presidency, the most powerful position in the world. It's true that he has passed the torch to Kamala Harris and a new generation of leaders in the Democratic Party, just as he promised he would do, just as he promised to be that bridge. But what that really means, folks, what to me is the most exciting thing about what Joe Biden has done is he's passed the torch to you. each of you, collectively, individually, to every single one of you in this room, and to those that are your peers throughout this country, yes, to your entire generation. You will be the difference in this election. You will decide the outcome. Seniors who depend on Social Security will keep it because of you. Workers will have the right to join a union and a right to be paid overtime and a right to a living wage because of you. Climate change will not be in the hands of climate deniers because of you. Children will be able to rest assured that they can safely go to school and be protected from gun violence because of you. The rights of LGBTQ plus Americans will have all of their rights from top to bottom protected because of you. And I can go on and on, but I cannot stop without saying that women in this country will have their rights, particularly their reproductive rights, the rights to IVF, the rights to contraception, the rights to control their own bodies will be protected because of you. You're the future, folks. Take us there. You are the generation that can break the fever of Donald Trump and MAGA. President Obama said at one point, we are the generation that we have been waiting for. Folks, you are the generation America has been waiting for. Take it and run with it. Thank you very, very much. Now, all right, I'll calm down. Anybody got anything? I told them I'm happy to try to talk about where things are, the state of the campaign, the state of any issue, whatever. If you've got any questions, yes, sir.
So one of the major problems, as you're talking about, is the messaging, right?
Yep.
And a lot of faux conservatives have been. Thank you. And a lot of faux conservatives have been so radical in their messaging. Coming from Alabama, you definitely had to work with a lot of conservative Republicans. How do you think we can compromise with people who are anti-democratic? And do you think that there's been a problem with Democratic messaging that's been so anti-Trump rather than pro-progress?
Well, look, that's a really good question, and it's a very complicated question. First of all, Democratic messaging. I think we've got to be anti-Trump. He is a danger. He is a threat. J.D. Vance is a threat. We've seen that. If J.D. Vance thinks that people should not have equal rights to vote, whether or not you have children, that's a real problem. If J.D. Vance thinks that people who have not birthed children should not have the same rights to vote, that's a problem. The last time I checked, folks, we've not had a president of the United States that has ever given birth to a child. So I think there's a couple of things. First of all, you will never change some people's mind. And there's no point in arguing with them about certain issues. But I think people need to remember this, and this is what I tried to do in the Senate. A lot of most of America, most everybody in America has ultimately the same goals. We want good education. We want good health care. We want a good economy. We want to be strong on national defense and protect America from enemies from outside. All of those things are those goals. It's how you get there that is the problem. But if you can agree on those goals, maybe you can find some common ground. I think one of the issues that I've seen in the past is sometimes we don't recognize that, as Mick Jagger says, you can't always get what you want. But if you try sometime, you just might find you get what you need. And we need to make sure that we continue to move forward. It is not easy in today's world talking about some of those issues, the border, women's rights, those things. But the one thing you can do is that you can find common ground without having to compromise principles. It is not easy to do, but it is essential if we were to go forward with the American democracy that we've got. I hope that kind of answers the question. Anybody? It's hard for me to see.
Over here.
Okay?
Hello, Senator Jones. First of all, thank you for coming here today, sir. You were a senator of a state that has large rural areas, but as of late, for the past decade, Democrats have been doing very poorly in rural areas. How can they win back rural voters?
Respect them. Respect them. Talk to rural voters. Understand what they're doing. Understand their communities. Understand that they're very proud of those communities. They want to protect those communities. Find out how we can do that. And when you talk to them and respect them, also make sure that you educate them. That all of the policies that Democrats stand for, whether it is rural or urban or black and white, immigration, whatever, lifts all boats. That's our party. We want to make sure we don't want to have class warfare in this country the way I see Republicans doing that. And they've bought into that. And there's a lot of fear in those rural communities. And they're losing their population, and that feeds that fear. If you notice around the country, the rural areas are losing population to urban areas. And that feeds the fear. So we've got to make sure that we're there to protect them just like we're there to protect all Americans. And I think we can do that, but we've got to go in there. We can't take it for granted. We got to go in there. We got to organize in those communities and talk to people. And we've got to find some good candidates who can talk to people. Good candidates who can run in those areas knowing that they may lose, knowing that they will probably lose for a while, but yet they can elevate the dialogue within those communities. I think there's an incredible opportunity. I've always believed there was an incredible opportunity in rural America to bring those voters back because they were Democrats at one point, and they can be Democrats again. Okay, I'm going to go here, and then over here, and then here, and here. I'm running out of time. They tell me I've only got 20 seconds, so we'll see. I'll let them just pull me off stage. Okay.
I have a lot of friends in both my college and in like my community who are very like just skeptical of politics, super cynical, don't think even if they do vote them that nothing will change. Like, how do you talk to those people and maybe inject some like optimism into like messaging and all that?
Well, look, it's a process. The first thing you have to say is that, look, I understand how you feel. This is really frustrating. And people are still trying to get their feet wet on all social media and things that drive issues these days. But one thing is for sure, you cannot affect policy and your future if you don't vote, okay? And what people often forget, especially in these rural areas where we're losing big, that if you start narrowing the gap in these areas that we have been losing a lot, and people start voting Democrats and they start narrowing that gap, then guess what? They have to pay more attention to those people. And there's more opportunities to do things. We've really got to do a better job of connecting the dots with the disaffected. And those who really don't want to vote, they think it's too hard, and they don't think their vote counts. We got to make sure that they understand and they know. He's giving me the hook here. They got to make sure they understand and know that winning and losing is not the end game. I mean, it's great to win. It's not good to lose. But you can gain a hell of a lot by making it close, by really being a force out there to educate people. Because even people that might not vote for you the first time will the second time as they see you do. So it's really tough, but that's those dialogues I'm talking about. All right, y'all want me to wind up? Okay. Is that right? I can't see. Okay, all right. I can't see anybody cutting me off. I'm going to go one more question. What? If you can't see, it doesn't exist. Okay. Yep. When it's time to get me off, somebody come up here and pull me off because I have a hard time.
When you ran in Alabama, people said you were wasting your time because they believed that winning wouldn't be possible.
Right. We showed them, didn't we?
Yeah. Whenever you're talking to people who hear the same thing, because our gerrymandered maps where they think you can't win, what would you tell people who are running those campaigns?
I would tell them exactly what I said here. Winning is not the only option. Winning is not the only objective. I'll tell you, this is a true story. For years, people said that to me because I didn't think I would ever be running for office. I think the time it had passed me by in Alabama and gotten so conservative. But I kept telling younger folks that wanted to run, what can I do? I don't think I can win. And I said, that's not always the point. You've got to run to educate. You've got to run to be out there. You've got to run to set a platform for others. And so in 2017, when the special election came up, all of those voices came back to me. Louise and I were empty nesters at the time, and they came back to me and said, you've got the best platform to do this. Practice what you preach, Jones. And we went into that. We went into that knowing that we had a path, but it was a narrow path. And fortunately for us, given the fact that we did run, we ran on the issues that we cared about, and we didn't run on trying to be Republican light. I ran on issues of women's choice. I ran on issues of civil rights. I ran on all those things I truly and truly believe in. And people took notice. And our path got wider and wider and wider. And that happened in a special election, but it narrowed like hell in 2020, okay? Because of a presidential ballot. Which reminds me, never underestimate the power of special elections, folks. Never underestimate the power of special elections and the ability to flip a seat and do things. But it's the same thing. Joe Biden told me one time, a long time ago, that people would come to him because he got elected to the Senate when he was 29 years old. And they would say, what can I do to win the race? What can I do to win this election? And he said, you're asking the wrong question. It's not what you're going to say to try to win the election. It's what are you going to say in which you're prepared to lose? And that's the courage of convictions that he demonstrated to me when I first met him when I was in law school in 1979. I've tried to live by that. Others have. We need a lot more people doing that and recognizing losing is not a bad thing if you are making a difference in your community. I see him standing over here. We'll be around for a little bit outside. Love you guys. Thank you very much for having us.
welcome to the stage Shaniqua McClendon of Vote Save America, Allison Minnerly of People Power for Florida, Nia Batra of Georgia Youth Justice Coalition, and moderator, Deputy Communications Director Katie Gates of Voters of Tomorrow.
Hi, y'all. Welcome to this panel. It's called Awareness into Action, Transforming an Audience from Informed to Engaged. And I'm here with some really amazing leaders in the digital communications space. If I can go ahead and have you all introduce yourselves and share a little bit about what you do and what organizations you're with.
I can go first. I'm Nia Batra. I'm with the Georgia Youth Justice Coalition. I'm 16 years old, so I'm a junior at Decatur High School. I care a lot about messaging, communications, and I really think that one conversation can really push people into action. So I'm GYJC's digital lead.
Hi, my name is Allison. I am the Communications Director with People Power for Florida. We're a voter registration and empowerment group out of the Sunshine State, and I do a lot of our digital work and also mobilizing voters and registering voters online.
And I'm Shaniqua McClendon. I'm the Vice President of Political Strategy at Crooked Media. I also run Vote Save America, our voter engagement program, and we pretty much get people to listen to our content, feel something, and then want to do something, and then we get them to do something.
Awesome. And Nia, you already got into this a little bit, but I wanted to ask you all, what got you into this line of work, since posting for politics is a little bit of a niche field, and what do you enjoy the most about it? For me, I'll say, I really love when people I wouldn't expect to see or engage with this type of content end up engaging with it, and I love how you can connect with different types of folks from all over the country online.
I would say the majority of people I talk to, especially young people that will come to a canvassing event, will ask them how they got to know us, and they'll say Instagram. So I know that sometimes we like to deny the power of social media, and I really do believe in on-the-ground organizing. But I think you can reach so many people, millions of people through social media, and we Kamala Harris starting her campaign, and Charlie XCX immediately endorsing it. That has a lot of power. So. Yeah, I think it's important.
Yeah, so I'm sure that you're asking how we got involved. I don't know if you're talking specifically about politics or just about digital, but I'll answer both. So for me, in general, I know that my mom is watching this, so I'll try to be careful here, but my family has very different political values than I do, and I think that, I think as kids we kind of always just take the, against the grain, maybe mindset with your families. Does anybody else here have, really different political views from their family? Okay, I'm hearing a few yeses. Mm-hmm. But that for me was something that I think maybe pushed me more into it, but also I feel like Donald Trump in general was very mobilizing for all of us. 2016 was a time to be alive. So at that time, that's when I really started to look into political career opportunities when I was going to college, but then especially when it came to digital, it wasn't very long after I started working for a lot of grassroots campaigns that I think we've all probably been there, where candidates don't always have a digital person, they don't always have a social media person, and for me I really just felt anytime I was in a campaign I was offering hey, I'm the younger person in the room, why don't I help with that? That way don't have Just Chillin' in Cedar Rapids, Hillary Clinton, Vine. I just was oh, I can't let the people that I'm working for supporting look like that. So I kind of took that role, and from there it just kind of turned into my best asset when it came to working on campaigns.
Love that.
Excuse me, and I'm probably at least 10 years older than everyone on here. So what got me interested in politics was Barack Obama. I was in college. He was the first president I got the opportunity to vote for, and probably the first campaign that was very online, which is, how I got to know him. And it was crazy. I kept telling everyone, Hillary Clinton's going to win, but I'm still voting for him because I want him to have my vote. But I think I underestimated the power of his reach online, where a lot of young people were at the time. And, I'm at Crooked now, and part of that is because I watched what happened in the 2016 election and felt like the media played a huge role in that, and wanted to go somewhere where I wanted to be at a media company but that actually wanted to get involved in politics. And we've really, our founders are Obama staffers, and so I think we've really absorbed kind of the spirit of that campaign and the work that we do. And we have amazing digital people, be it on my Vote Save America team or for the company at large. One person who works at the company, his name's Elijah. He is also from North Carolina like me, and he found, it was out there already, but that video of Dr. Oz at the grocery store trying to make the crudité tray, and he sent it to Tommy and was like, you need to make this blow up. And yeah, he made fun of him, and then it started going around again.
I'll say how I personally got into it is I was 16 volunteering for a local congressional campaign and had the worst phone anxiety in the world. Making calls and direct voter contacts is so important, and I still push myself to do it, but I was just so freaked out. And someone asked me if I could make graphics, and I could not make graphics, but I said yes. And that was probably 5 years ago now. So here we are. Another really interesting thing about our work as digital is that we kind of get to bypass some of those traditional gatekeepers in media, such as the press. And Shaniqua, you touched on this a little bit about how the Obama campaign really sort of originated modern political digital movements. So, as someone who's been in this space for a little bit longer, how would you say that it's kind of evolved over time?
Yeah, I think it's evolved a lot. You look at someone like Donald Trump, who literally, he picks and chooses who he speaks to. He speaks to typically people who will give him easy interviews or not push back too hard. And he's able to do that, especially looking at 2016, the election, but then his presidency after that. The reason he was able to do that is because so many people were plugged into him online, whether they loved him or hated him. And then you started to finally actually see, not finally, but I think his campaign was an inflection point where you really, really started to see the power and ability of someone to make, say things online and drive traditional media coverage. And so I'm just still amazed by how he was able to dictate what the journalists were talking about, because for so long it had been the other way around, where journalists kind of told us, these are the things you should care about. But I think it's, he's bad, but I think it's kind of cool. At Crooked Media, we got a lot of flack. They started calling for Biden to drop out of the race right after the debate. And that's not a conversation we would have been able to really have an impact on if we didn't have the media environment we do now, where you can be online and have these conversations. I guess podcasts, I don't know if they count as digital, but our founders also have a really big presence on social media. So they were then able to amplify what they felt there. And they actually hate doing cable news, but then went on cable news shows to talk about it as well. And so it's all because of the platforms that they were able to create.
Definitely, and thank you so much for that insight. One of my mentors, who's a digital director in the Senate, likes to say, digital informs press and press informs digital, and I think that's just a great example of how our roles are really so interconnected with the broader campaign structure or organization structure and the broader media landscape. So I wanted to talk a little bit about how our content can kind of drive, more than just conversations, but drive action. And on our platforms, whether it be Instagram, podcasts, short form video content like TikTok, we're doing more than just posting content. We're sort of furthering our brand and creating sort of like an online community with other people. What role do you think that concept of community plays in creating the right conditions to drive people into action, especially people who don't consider politics their whole life, like some of us are very plugged in?
It plays a huge role. Crooked Media wouldn't be what it is if our audience didn't feel in community with each other and our hosts. I always tell people when they're like, how do they get people to do things? Podcasts are really unique because even though it is a one-way conversation, this person's in your ear, it feels like you're just in on the conversation that they're having with their co-hosts and friends. And I always tell people, my second interview for Crooked was with Favreau, and I had been listening to the podcast, or Keeping It 1600, and he's like asking me questions, and in my head I'm like, you have to say something back. This is not the podcast, he's actually talking to you. But I felt like I knew him already, and I had only seen him once in person when I was a White House intern way back when. But our audience, they really like to spend time together. We launched our content subscription. Why can't I? Friend of the Pod, I think it's called. But we have a Discord community where they come together. And so when big moments happen, they come together themselves and start talking to each other. Sometimes our hosts will go in there. And we also, in New York, around the Pod Save America show, we had our first volunteer appreciation event. And so most of our volunteers spend time together in Slack, but we paid for them to have drinks and food, and 100 of them showed up. And I ran into one on the way in, and she was like, I've never met several of these people in person, but they already had these really strong bonds, and they were able to strengthen them by seeing each other.
That's really cool. Nia, Allison, do you guys have anything to add to that?
Yeah, I do. I think that I'm going to take this question a different way, which is instead of like our organization, people that like aren't part of it yet. So I think my philosophy has always been, you can't ask other people to show up for you if you haven't shown up for them first. So you like must know your audience. When we're talking about like Kamala winning in November, like we can't go to an everyday voter who like has never benefited from having like who was like destroyed by the Trump campaign or like COVID, and we have like so many problems in Georgia. We have underfunded education. We can't go to their door and ask them to care about national politics when we haven't even engaged with them at the local level. So, you know, at GYJC, we are a state organization. And especially in the South, like when Northerners come down, like you must understand there's a different infrastructure. Like in Atlanta, we talk about gentrification, we talk about rail and the Beltline. Like these are just things you must know when you're trying to engage with an audience. And while a lot of white voters can be very activated around things like climate, things like repro, like Black women have been facing the effects of these things for so much longer than white women have. Like Black women have seen their reproductive rights taken away for centuries. In Texas, we've seen like horrible, horrible effects of climate change. We saw it years ago, we're seeing it now, and it's just gonna get worse. So you can't ask your audience to move if you don't meet them at their level and talk about the things that they care about. You can't force that on them.
Yeah, so what you just said made me think of something, which is like, you know, knowing your audience. And I think something that is really creative about the digital space is that so often the other forms of media that campaigns and other organizations participate in, it's generally targeted towards swing voters or voters we're trying to like win over. So for example, a TV commercial is probably gonna appeal more to like, I don't know, the white median 40-year-old voter, whereas with digital, our whole goal, or at least my whole goal, is to like reach the girls' K's and days, and I just wanna like, you know, make content that appeals to younger people. And it's something so unique that, you know, again, most campaign strategies don't really include, and I feel digital is like the one space where it's safer to do that because there's a chance that those other people that they're scared of won't see it, but also it's like the biggest chance to build community online too. So I think it just brings people together, and I think it's the one place where you can be a little creative and crazy.
I think that brings up another really interesting point about how a lot of like traditional media strategies are in fact one-way communication. Like you see a commercial on TV, an advertisement, and you watch it, you listen to what they're saying, and that's kind of it. The conversation ends. And this goes into what you were talking about, Nia, too, where I think that a lot of these social media platforms are a great platform, not to be repetitive, for not just sharing information, but also for taking it in and listening. You know, everyday users have the opportunity to engage with our content by, you know, commenting, by sharing, by offering feedback. You know, they can respond to a story poll and give their insight. And I think that working on sort of facilitating those two-way channels of communication and leading with listening in conversations both in person, as you were talking about, and online is so important, and I think is going to become a really big part of digital strategy in the next few years, if it isn't already. So moving on, a lot of people can feel a risk associated with some forms of volunteering in this work that aren't just maybe reposting, you know, a post on their story or commenting. Phone banking and canvassing can feel intimidating to some people. I know I was definitely intimidated by it. So how can we as, you know, digital managers and content creators help break down some of those barriers?
Okay, I'll go. So I think one thing, we can really show what volunteering looks like. So with social media, we have a unique opportunity if we wanted to make like a day in the life video of volunteering, or even a day in the life of phone banking. Like you could do that. If you wanted to just show a video or pictures of what people are doing, you can do that. I just think that one of the other things too is that more on the organizing side of things, but really intentional coaching and, you know, mentorship of volunteers is really important. So I think if you have that one person on your e-board or in your club that is always like on every Zoom call, or maybe, you know, at every like gathering like this, if they're not the ones that are canvassing or taking the action, you really should like set up those one-on-one conversations. And again, you can reach them through social media too by showing them just exactly what the day looks like, and, you know, creating, like, breaking down that stigma of, you know, it's dangerous, which again, in some places it can be, but you still should try.
Definitely. Anyone else?
Wow. Okay. I want to tell a story about my first time that I ever phone banked. So I think I was like 12 or 13 years old, and my sister was phone banking for Warnock. And what you should not do when you're trying to get someone to do something for the first time, especially phone banking, is just like hand them the phone and a script and be like, go, do it. So she's like, Nia, I'm calling someone. You're gonna talk to them. And I'm like, oh God, because I hadn't like set up an appointment with my doctor before. Like I was so stressed. And so she hands me the phone. This woman picks up. She has like the sweetest voice ever, and she says like, hey, who is this? And I just start laughing at her. I just cannot stop laughing. My sister starts laughing. She can't stop laughing. And then I hang up, and I like start crying. So not a great first time, and definitely didn't like spur on any further phone banking efforts. But then I joined UIDC later down the road, and I like learned about the power of like engaging a voter and engaging your base. And I just think that we can never be so separated from the work that we think being on the ground is above us. So, I'm on digital, but I spent 5 hours canvassing on Thursday. I spent an hour canvassing with you all yesterday. And that's like my favorite place to be. My favorite place to be is engaging with my community directly. So I just think that it's hard, and making it feel more normal on social media by like posting those pictures is really helpful. But just reminding people of their power, like anytime I go to a door, I go to like low-income neighborhoods, I go to minority neighborhoods, those are even people that you can't normally reach like on social media and who you can't reach in other methods besides just like going to them. And then they will say to you, thank you for having this conversation with me. Thank you so, so much. I didn't know this election was happening. I didn't know that my voice mattered. And you can engage with them and have that conversation, and it can be really powerful. So base engagement is part of the work. And if you guys haven't like phone banked or canvassed in a month, please do it. Like that is what you should be doing more than like having a fancy job or anything like that.
Yeah, I don't have much else to add, but being at a media company where we have people that are well known, we were just in Wisconsin and we had them on doors. It's really important that people see you actually doing the thing that you're asking them to do. And just one other plug, especially, I know people of color have a lot on their plate already, but it really does mean a lot. I think back to when I was canvassing during Obama's 2012 election. I mean, you're not supposed to go in people's houses when you canvass, but the number of Black women who are like, do you want to come in and just talk about this? It really goes a long way, and they do feel listened to, and they don't feel like someone outside of their community is coming in to tell them, oh, you need to do this. It feels like something that's important to both of you and will have an impact on everyone. So, if you have the time, on top of everything you're doing, it is really important to show up in your communities, as you said.
I have one more thing to add. Another really crucial thing is like you must remind people of their power. So we won the 2020 election by 11,000 votes here in Georgia. If we knock that many doors, we can win the next election, period.
Absolutely, and thank you so much for that important and powerful reminder of how much all of our voices and our efforts do matter, and especially those efforts on the ground, so thank you. So circling back to media, what are some successful strategies or tactics for using media to engage individuals who are currently passive or disengaged? I know a lot of us probably have some friends who think that, we're a little bit crazy for doing what we do. So how do we get those people kind of off the sidelines and into the game?
Yeah, I'm happy to start. I think be it podcasts or social media, people can start off just kind of lurking and just seeing what else is going on and hearing, and the people who are creating that content have the opportunity to really tell a story. And so you can tell lots of stories, but some of the stories we like to focus on is the impact that our audience has when they actually do things. And so, in 2020, everything's virtual. We ran this program called Adopt a State and just had people across the country plugging into different volunteer opportunities. But we would literally, in an email, and fundraising appeals too, we would break down exactly like why we needed them to knock or make calls in this community, or why exactly this like extra dollar would pay for this many more calls to be made on a dialer, so that they really understood the impact that they were having. And that is how we pulled in a lot of people. Even this year, most of our volunteers continue to be first-time volunteers, and I do think it's because of our content that they hear on the podcast or they see online. Something in it is compelling them to kind of come out of the shadows and actually take an action.
I would add another thing, which is, an informed person is an active person. So a lot of times we can, I think this might be like Occam's razor is what it's called, but we can assume that people aren't like actively malicious. They just like don't know what they're doing. There is a lot of power in like a good informational graphic that explains like what redlining is, or the importance of canvassing, or the importance of a local election, and people like really engage with that. And like teenagers love to performatively post stuff like on their Instagram stories. So designing a graphic that's like really good to repost. And then we also know like misinformation is why JD Vance can't sit on a couch anymore. So
That's why we
so
didn't
maybe
invite him to this
misinformation
panel.
Maybe misinformation can work in our favor sometimes, but we know that with all the lies that come out of Trump's mouth, like we are doing the extra work to inform people like about Project 2025, and like they're literally staging a coup on our government. Like that's bad, guys. And the other thing is humor. People love to laugh more than they love to feel sad. Hope not despair is something we like repeat over and over again. The messaging that works is your voice matters, your vote matters. So talking to people about like voter suppression, that sucks. Talking to people constantly about how awful it would be if we lost in November sucks. But like Biden dropping out and Kamala entering the race, people are now really hopeful, and we should ride on that hope. So hope not despair.
Absolutely, and I think that our current candidate right now is very aligned with that message, and I think that she's also someone who loves to laugh and be joyful, and that her campaign has gotten off to a really, really strong start with leaning into that idea of hope for the future, of change, and also of making some parts of politics fun again and not all gloom and doom. I think that we're right to feel happy and optimistic about all the possibilities that are ahead of us right now. And I think that her campaign's been very successful in leaning into that strategy. So what are some other successful, so can you share some other examples of media or campaigns or initiatives that you've seen recently that you think have been very successful in activating an audience and bringing new people into the conversation?
Just thinking out loud, this is just something that I have the practice of doing where I work, but where I think all of you could maybe, take note as well. But I think we all do this a little bit in some contexts, but I think it's really fun when you take like an ongoing conversation and make it about your cause. So like, again, Brat Summer never was about politics to start with. It was literally just about going to the club. And what did we do? We kind of turned it into something political. And I think we could do the same thing with a lot of other events. Like for example, whenever there's an artist that has a popular album drop, I will edit that artist holding a clipboard on the album cover. I will post it and I'll be like, hey, this is your voter registration clipboard. Here's your reminder. And every time there's somebody commenting like that was looking for just a regular Taylor Swift post, that will see, oh, Taylor Swift's got a voter registration form in her hand now. And it kind of makes the conversation, puts it back to politics. And I think that always brings a lot of people in that you wouldn't normally reach. So I always recommend just, again, making everything about your cause. It's kind of my favorite activity.
Yeah, capitalize on them Swifties.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, this was already said, and I think, again, our company has a lot of aspects of Obama's campaign, but having something hopeful, I think sometimes we underestimate that, but we're seeing that right now with Kamala Harris. It really goes a long way when people feel like there is something positive that they can attach themselves to and they're working toward. I saw a lot of commentary, and I get it, Donald Trump's a real threat, but when Joe Biden was still in the election, where it's why do people need to be enthused to vote? Why can't they just vote? It's a thing they need to do. In a perfect world, sure, but that's just not how it works. And I think we're seeing now that enthusiasm does matter and it does have an impact.
Absolutely. And so we touched on this a little bit. Obviously, Charlie XCX tweeted Kamala is brat, and she's not inherently a political personality. She's a musical artist. So what role do you see sort of influencers, pop culture figures, and other types of digital surrogates playing in political campaigns or issue advocacy campaigns over the next few years? And how can we as people, sort of on the other side of that, as in-house strategists, use those tools more effectively?
This is a random experience I had in grad school. I was a graduate assistant for someone who did celebrity surrogate work for Hillary Clinton, and I was helping her with a project to see what is the impact that celebrities can have on elections. And the biggest finding we saw was if you like the celebrity and you agree with them, you will feel even stronger about what you already think. And the same way, if you don't like the celebrity and you don't agree with them, you'll feel more negatively. But no one was actually like moving people from one side to the other. But I think we can take that to leverage the power of celebrity for people on our side, within our base, for them to actually move toward the things and the people that we care about. But I think now, I'm sorry I keep bringing up Obama. I'm like such a millennial, but that was another election where we saw so many celebrities tap in. And they were just talking about hope. I mean, most of them were not talking about policy, but it got people's attention, and that matters too. Even if they can't convince someone to change their mind, they'll pay attention to it. And the last thing I'll say that we found in that research was people are more inclined to be impacted by what a celebrity thinks if they think the celebrity actually knows what they're talking about. So some of the things we can do as practitioners is make sure that these people do know what they're talking about and feel credible in what they're addressing.
And just anecdotally speaking, but I think that this cycle we've seen sort of that enthusiasm from pop culture figures and their involvement in this race help sort of activate people who were maybe already super jazzed about voting for Vice President Harris to, join the Young Voters for Harris call, join the Women for Harris call, and actually take that next step and get involved in, maybe making texts. I feel like that's a good bridge to phone banking, or in engaging in content sharing or creating their own political content when that's never content that they've made before. And I think that there's really more research that should be done on how that can help sort of take people from step maybe one of political involvement to step two, just that extra level of like enthusiasm and excitement and almost wanting to be included in whatever big party is going on the internet that all your favorite artists are in on.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the benefit of celebrities is that there's already a relationship there, even if it's parasocial. So like even I went to this training with like Amplify, which is a different org, but they like ran this ad where this influencer is like doing a little makeup routine, and then she's like, it feels very staged, but she's like, also my same friend who gave me this like makeup tip told me about Project 2025, and you guys should all vote. That's horrible. And it was like, maybe it feels jarring, but if it was like JoJo Siwa or something, like she has that power to start that conversation. And I do think celebrities have that duty, and I really like when celebrities do that, and I think it benefits us a lot.
Allison, any thoughts on your end? Not really? Yeah, fair enough. I'll also say that I think that there's something to be said about, sort of the role of like political influencers, who this is like the primary content that they make, and the fact that a lot of their audience is people like us, maybe, who are already pretty plugged in and engaged. And then the work of influencers who don't primarily make political content, maybe they make lifestyle or cooking or travel content, sort of just weighing in on these important conversations when they have a genuine passion about it, and doing it like just in their capacity as a person with a platform, rather than because that's like their brand or their content, and the power that has to reach people who are interested in fashion or travel and aren't, political wonks like some of us are. So I think that's really, really interesting. And then going off of that as well, user-generated content is a huge thing that I think we're trying to, I don't really know, but encourage more people to share their opinions online and sort of broach that gap and start a conversation. So how can we best encourage ordinary users of digital platforms who aren't necessarily influencers or digital professionals to create their own advocacy or political content?
So I have something. It's kind of related, but a little bit different. So here in Florida, we are registering voters on college campuses. That's what my organization, People Power for Florida, does. And something that I was thinking about was, okay, like you come up to the table, you register to vote with us, and obviously, you know, we follow up with them. We make sure like turning them out to vote is like a really big part of our work too. But I was like, how can we make it more fun? Like where they make this like where they talk with their friends. So I always love getting my I voted sticker. That's like one of my favorite things on election day. And I know everybody posts their I voted sticker. So we're making I registered to vote stickers. And we're gonna encourage people like, hey, when you stop by, when you register, now post your picture with your new sticker. Like little things like that, you know, again, freebies are always a big help, but I think that little things like that, you can like make intentional moments and make space for people to, you know, have something to share online.
Yeah, I think that's perfect. You know, I really think modeling behavior, I don't have a healthy relationship with social media. I like had to unfollow some people because I was arguing so much online. So like, I shouldn't do that. I should, you know, post things that people can engage in a positive way or demonstrate some kind of action that you've taken that people can participate in without, you know, sometimes it takes a little while before you actually say a thing, but sharing a thing that you did, whether you went to knock a door or you came here today, can go really far.
Also memes. I met organizer memes. That was awesome. Guys, you should go to his panel.
So true. Go to his workshop later. And I'll say another thing, especially with organizing on college campuses, like groups like People Power for Florida does. Events can be like a huge tool to get some really, really fun and organic digital content that people also want to create their own and share. Like here in Georgia, we did like tailgates for the 2022 midterm elections, and they were Bulldogs for Warnock themed, but it was still like, you know, we played cornhole, we had some down ballot Dems show up as guests, and people, you know, took pictures with their Dogs for Warnock sticker, posted them on their Instagram, like shared with their friends, like come here, and it made it so that I didn't have to sort of pester people to like get content and share it, but it was something that they wanted to do because they were genuinely enjoying themselves and having a great time, and I think that, especially with young people, that can go a really long way. So that was, for the most part, all the questions that I had. Do we want to share any closing thoughts or any advice that we would give to someone wanting to get started in this space?
I'm just gonna say, you know, you all are amazing. Like, just watching the young people who have engaged. When I was younger, my friends were like, why do you want to work in politics? That's crazy. I started right before the Tea Party really became, you know, a prominent thing. And I guess it's 15 years I've been doing this now, and it's just really been amazing to hear from people who are, I mean, even each of you saying that you've done stuff before you even old enough to vote. And so, you know, anything I can do to help anyone, I'm really encouraged by you all, and hope that you remain encouraged in the work that you're doing, because it's really cliche to say that the young people are the future, but I mean, that just is what it is. And so just kind of hats off to all of you for this amazing conference and all the work that you do, because I know it's not easy, and you could just be having fun, even though, you know, that's hard to do if Trump is reelected, but, you know, you could be doing that and you're not. So just thank you to you all.
I was going to say something. This is my closing thought, which is related to content. I know we talked a lot about like strategy and digital and outreach, but just on the content itself, please make it really weird. Do not make it too boring. I think everybody just is like, you know, people post on LinkedIn, and it's like all this like serious professional business. There is that aspect to what we do, right? All of you are probably going to make a LinkedIn post about being here today, but post something weird too. Make it fun. People don't want to just see people in suits. They want to see people that are like, you know, wearing clothes like they wear, or, you know, walking around on campus doing things that they do. They want to feel like related to. So my biggest recommendation is just to have fun and invite people in a way that makes it like really relatable and accessible to them by just being yourself, because everybody will post the same LinkedIn post after this. Please don't. Make it fun. If somebody makes a fun LinkedIn post, I promise I'll find you and I'll like it.
And that's one thing too. I think that as young people who are interested in the space, who are also just ordinary young people, college students, you know, young professionals, we can do both, you know, we can be really active and engaged and care a lot about a cause, and we can be out there on Saturday mornings, you know, knocking doors, and then Saturday evening we can still, you know, go out and have a fun time and get dinner with our friends, and we can be at conferences like this and be doing the work and having these really important conversations. I don't know about y'all, but I'm having a blast doing it too. Like, I love meeting all these other very vibrant young people here. And so I think that's just another thing that can sort of help our peers understand the work that we do and potentially feel more interested in getting engaged. Like, we can do it and understand its importance, and we can have fun doing it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, be normal, be a normal person. I know in like politics there are less normal people than like probably the average person. So yeah, just like stay in touch and know your audience. And then also get out your phone and follow at Georgia Youth Co. right now. And then you guys should do your handle shoutouts too.
Yeah, you can follow, it's at People Power FLA, so FLA, because I think Florida must have been taken. That was before my time, but People Power FLA.
And where all of our handles are Vote Save America, or if you want to follow Crooked, those are all Crooked, I think. But follow Vote Save America.
This wouldn't be a digital panel if we didn't all plug our handles, right? And I think that's the perfect way to wrap it up. So thank you guys for being here and listening to us, and I hope that you feel encouraged to get involved and start sharing on your social media more. Thank you.
Please welcome to the stage Voters of Tomorrow Programming Director, Justin Mesler.
Hey everyone. Okay, so some important logistical assignments, things going on. So you can see on the left and on the right here, there is a giant QR code that says assignments. Right now, we have the assignments up for the first workshops and the first panels. So we've made some adjustments to the schedule this morning. If you were looking at the public programming beforehand, now it looks a little bit different. It's a preview over the next few blocks of programming. First, we have our first block of breakout workshops, and then we'll be transitioning to two different blocks of breakout panels. And then we will be transitioning to lunch. And then immediately after lunch, we will run the workshops one more time for you to be able to go to 2 out of 5 of them in total. And then we will be back here for some more ballroom activities and closing. So you should be able to find your name on assignments on that document for at least the first workshop and then the first panel. And we will be adding more over the course of the next hour or so. And you can also see you can see both in that document and on the screen right now where these workshops and panels are actually happening. So the rooms that are highlighted in orange are on the second floor. The ones that are in white are here on the first floor. So if you are in contingency planning, that is Amphitheater A on the second floor and Kramer Sustainable GOTV Infrastructure on the second floor. And then the rest of the workshops are here on the first floor. If you have any issues with figuring out which workshop or panel you should be going to, if you are on the remind text alerts, feel free to text that, and we will reply to you. You can also find me or some other VOT staff in the lobby that will be helping direct you to find where you need to go, and we can help out with any issues. But otherwise, I hope you really enjoy, you will really enjoy the workshops and the panels, and they should be really exciting and informative. And so again, we're gonna go to the workshops, then breakout panels, then lunch, then workshops, then back to here. And that's all in the public programming schedule, and we'll be making announcements throughout the day to make sure you know where to go. Awesome. Thanks y'all so much, and let's go to some workshops.
To the stage, Voters of Tomorrow Summit Manager Praharsha Guram.
Okay, that worked. Welcome, everyone. We hope you've been having a great time in the summit thus far, learning from all our wonderful speakers and workshop leaders. Hopefully, you're feeling more capable as an organizer and more excited as a young person in politics than you were a few days ago. Now, we're going to be moving into, we're going to take some time to apply what we've been learning so far and talking about so far at the summit. And we're going to be, trying to apply that now. So specifically, we're going to be spending some time thinking about the issues that are important to young people, and especially how to message to young people on these issues to mobilize them to go to the polls and to vote. We want to work with you all to generate the messaging, the programming, the initiatives on these issues that matter so much to get young people like us to the polls. After the summit, we'll curate and compile your ideas into a booklet of youth mobilization activities and strategies, so that should be very exciting, and be on the lookout for that after the summit. So briefly, some logistics. You all should have on your form, I'm going to put up the issues on the slides now. You all should have, in a breakout form, filled that out and picked out which ones you wanted to do, and that should be accessible on your phones. If not, just pick one of the ones to go to now. I'll start naming where workshop leaders will be, and I'll just go once I stop talking. So I just mentioned this, but each of these issues are going to be led by a wonderful VOT organizer who's super knowledgeable about their specific issue. And they're going to handle the facilitation on their end. I'm just going to be up on the stage telling us when to move on to the next portion. So with that, if our organizers could get to their specific stations, and yeah, just be there. I'm going to ask you guys to wave your hands in a second so folks know where to go. I'll start with abortion rights. If Ava is there, if you could raise your hand. Hi, Ava. Thank you. So abortion rights is going to be in that corner. Just wait till I finish talking, and then y'all can get moving. Afterwards, climate change is going to be with Ben in this corner. Hey, Ben. Then we're going to have democracy and voting rights right in the middle with Ashley right over here. And then we're going to have education with Jaden in that corner. Hey, Jaden, can you raise your hand? Great. And then we're going to have gun violence prevention with Jess and Sam in this corner over here. So if you all could get moving to the topic of your choice, that'd be really lovely. In a moment, we'll get started with the programming. Thank you. Hey, yeah. Okay, it looks like we're just about getting into our groups. Just give me a thumbs up if you feel good and we can get started. Awesome, great. So before we get into the meat of today and actually coming up with messaging, we're gonna be spending some time first thinking about young people as a group specifically and what appeals to them and what might they value. Obviously in this case, the young people we're talking about is us, so really we're thinking about our values and what our interests are. On the topic of values, it's not values just appear out of thin air, right? They're built on our lived experiences, they're built on our communities, they're built on who we become friends with, what we're interested in, the places we've grown up in. They're really built on lots and lots of context. So for this first section of this activity, the questions that we're going to be thinking about are going to be very personal. And so try to think sincerely about you and your friends when you're coming up with your answers and your responses. So I'm going to put some questions up on the slides as well in a second. I'm going to read some out right now. What influences the political opinions we form? Think about your own upbringing and educational environments. What matters to young people in your community? Who shapes their beliefs? What kinds of physical spaces do you frequently hang out in, and how do those spaces shape you and your friends' beliefs? What media do they typically consume? Where do they get their news? And what about you? What kinds of media influences your political opinions? And yeah, I'll put them up on the screen as well. Just take some post-its right now and just like write down as many answers, what feels true to you as you can. We really want to like create like a full picture of like who we are. We'll have about like 10 minutes for this. And yeah, y'all can get started. All right, guys, we're gonna just start wrapping up now. Just finish up your last conversations, just so we can start moving on to the next section. All right, everyone, if we could all come back together now. I know I'm interrupting some people, sorry about that, but we just have to start to get moving. I hope these conversations have been really illuminating and have felt like honest and good, and you've explored some of your values and some appeals and stuff that, sort of speaks to yourselves and your communities and young people broadly. Having, sort of reflected on ourselves and like what our values are in this first part, we're gonna start to move into like the issue itself and the issue at hand. I know some of y'all have already started to do this. Hey guys, in that corner, if you guys could like quiet down a little bit in that area over there, thank you. Just so I can get through this like little bit of instructions. We're gonna now start thinking about like the issue itself, right? I mean, you all are in this space at the summit. You're all incredibly politically motivated, and I'm sure very passionate about these issues. So I'm not like, I don't think this will be too hard, but like start to think about why this issue matters to you, or if this issue has affected you personally or if someone very close to you, and also more generally like why you think it should matter or would matter to Gen Z as a population and to young people specifically. What feels compelling about this issue from like a messaging standpoint? What particularly resonates with you guys? So we're gonna have another 10 minutes for this. Just turn and talk with your peers about some of these questions. It'll be on a slide as well. Yeah, thank you. All right, guys, we're going to start wrapping up in like a minute or two. Just try to finish up your conversations and your sentences and thoughts, please. Thank you. All right, guys, if I could have your attention. I know I'm cutting some folks off, but we ought to move on to the next section of the programming. I hope that these were all really lovely and, invigorating conversations you were having. So now that we've sort of talked about like our values and our experiences and also the issue at hand, your specific issue, we can really move on to like the meat of what today is about, actually coming up with ways of messaging or like activism or programming that'll motivate, young folks like us to get to the polls and to vote. These ideas, they could be literally anything from like, a TikTok format that you want to repurpose for political use, or like a kind of event you want to hold in your local park. One piece of advice I would offer is like try to really think about sort of some of the values and stuff you've been talking about in your conversations thus far. Like if skateboarding came up as like a real like hobby of yours, think about how like, skateboarders as a population can be motivated to like vote and to be politically mobilized. And that's just like one example. There's really like endless ways and endless interest that you can take this with. Yeah, we're gonna spend the next like 20 minutes talking, putting up, I know some of you already put stuff up on your posters, but we're gonna be putting up our ideas on the posters. Just write down on Post-it notes, jot down what you have. And then we'll have a little bit of time to share at the end. On your posters, write more than like just a word or two so we have some substance. But yeah, y'all can get started. Yeah.
experienced the past day and a half. And this wouldn't be a Voters of Tomorrow Summit if we didn't put in some time for some structured networking in here. Now, I know I've seen you all had some really amazing conversations connecting with each other, and we're gonna do a little bit more of that in a little more structured way. So, let's make some friends. Here's how this is gonna work. And this is a lot, so I'm gonna run through this in a sec and we'll have an example. So in a moment, we are going to be moving around the room, and this is speed networking. Up there on the board are your prompts. Names / pronouns / any other identifiers you want to use, where you are based, your superpower or something you are exceptionally good at, your passion project or something you are excited about working on, either currently or in the future, and then if you want, your contact info, if you would like to. The goal is to have as many of these conversations as possible. You can have these conversations extend a little beyond these prompts, but talk to other people as well. So have these conversations, each of you talk about these things, and then move on to the next person, try to lock eyes with someone else. Let's do an example. Bailey, want to get up here? Woo! Hi, Bailey. What's your name?
Bailey. She, her.
Awesome. I'm Justin, he, him. I'm based in DC for this year. How about you?
I live in Connecticut.
What's your superpower, passion project?
I don't know. I think I'm a good communicator internally in an organization. I feel like that's something I've found a lot of success with recently. How about you?
For me, my superpower, I feel like over the past 24 hours, I've discovered it's like projecting a false sense of calm that like I don't feel inside, but like I can show other people. So for me, I would say that's my superpower. And then for my passion project, I'm really excited about like being able to train and empower other young people to have an impact. And that's a lot of what I'm trying to do at Voters of Tomorrow, and it's been really exciting. How about you? What's your passion project?
You know, I have a lot of mentors, a lot of you in this room that have made me the person I am today, and I want to be that for younger women or just younger people in general, even younger than I am. Yeah, I'm super passionate about that.
Awesome. Bailey, we should stay in touch about that stuff. So that's really cool. Here's a business card.
I have that already, but thank you.
Awesome. So hopefully your conversations are slightly less awkward than that, but you get the picture. And then lock eyes with someone else, go have a conversation. So we are going to do this for about 15 minutes, and then we're going to come back together, debrief, see who had the most number of conversations, share with who we talked about. I'm going to count down, and then we're going to go get ready, set, and go. Okay, 3, 2, 1, have conversations. Some of y'all's conversations are lasting too long. This is speed networking. 5 more minutes, 5 more minutes.
Where you going? Big dog over here. Stay. Also, super majority in both chambers. And we got Ron. That's insane, by the way. Not only a governor that's ruling, but like a super majority. Like we're just kind of right. Yeah. It's a dark governor. Yes, sir. He wants to win the vote by being the craziest shit. Yep. Yep, that's what we deal with every day. That dude's insane. So. But nice meeting you. It was nice meeting you as well. I'll see you around.
Have your last conversation.
deputy political director. So I.
I can work together with your Atlanta chapter.
Our chapter head for Atlanta. You see the girl in the red jacket down there? Her name is Ashley. She's the chapter. Look, she's walking this way. She's the chapter head for Georgia.
Briefly yesterday, but I'm definitely going to.
Yeah. Coordinate with her, absolutely.
Absolutely, I will. Thank you. I'll talk with you guys later. Even though I don't get paid, you know.
That's how we do it. Thank you for and join. Said some good stuff. Yep. What organization are you with?
Okay, wrap up your conversations and let's return all back together.
What is it? Vivian. Vivian? Jaden. Where are you from? Atlanta.
Slowly make your way back.
What is that? It's like a. Why is everyone laughing?
Let's slowly come on back. Welcome back.
Them telling me what I'm supposed to do, or like what the organization.
Amazing. Awesome. Well, I hope those conversations were as exciting as they looked. Let's chat. Let's debrief. Who did you meet? Get any ideas? Any exciting things you want to pursue? How were these conversations?
I think it was really, really fun. Like, I met like 6 different people in 15 minutes, and I feel like that might not have been a lot, but that's 6 different connections you didn't have 15 minutes ago. So, yeah. We can move it on to somebody else.
Raise your hand if you had at least 5 conversations. Okay. Keep your hands in the air if it was at least 6, 7, 8. 8, did we get everyone? Cool. Who else? Who did you meet?
Well, I just wanted to say, we know that we're in a room of people doing great things, but it's really nice to hear the specifics of what everyone's working on and their passion projects, because we know that the energy is here, and it was kind of like a validation that everyone is in it to win it. So it was great to meet everyone.
I'd say the thing that I enjoyed the most about it was the wide variety of the people that I met, all different kinds of issues, all different kinds of backgrounds, and also just all different kinds of experiences. You know, meeting new people that are just entering the space is exciting because that's how we grow our movement, and I had a lot of fun with it.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing with I felt it was a little bit rushed, but the overall idea of connecting with as many people, getting to know as many contacts that we knew than less than 5 minutes ago, because 5 minutes ago we didn't have those contacts, did work out in terms of just getting to meet people. So, yeah.
It was really great and really unifying to speak with a bunch of people who, I think regardless of what state you're from, or maybe what your passion project or issue is, that all of us are unified in trying to leave our very local communities, our states, and our nation as a whole better than how we found it.
Did anyone meet someone specific they want to shout out? Someone really interesting? Someone working on something really interesting? Want to talk more?
I felt like Organizer Memes panel, that discussion that he did earlier, was very informative of how memes can very much turn the tide of information, the battle of information in an election, as well as just change the fundamental way of how we communicate and understand things from each other. And that they're a tool for getting our point across and understanding each other from just an image. So I thought that was the work that he was doing was very good.
I got to meet Riley from Unpack, who is incredible, and like I want to do a lot of work with her because we've worked on like similar issues, and the work that she's doing is incredible to get students out to the polls and to make sure that we're engaged and fully committed to changing our community for the better.
Nice. Maybe one more person.
Hello, everyone. I'm Caroline Briscoe. I actually met two interesting. Is that okay? I'm about to, okay. All right. I met Danny. It's very great. I know for their organization, they're focusing on farmer labor. Please correct me. I know there was policy that was passed where it took away resources for the immigrant farmers to effectively do what they do, like the fresh water and everything like that. For my organization, we're actually focused on healthy hydration. So there's some form of connection there. So I told them that we have 81 partners on this project, and I would love for them to join. So there's a future collaborator right there. And I also met the 12th president of NAACP. Sorry, it's always been my dream to really speak to a representative of NAACP and all that they do. Had my eyes on him since I met him, since he told me who he was. And that is all. Thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I want to take this conversation out broader because we've now had a packed day and a half, 2 days of programming, of panels, of workshops, of main stage speeches, main stage panels, breakout panels. Is there a program or speaker that you want to shout out right now? Something that will stick with you beyond this summit? I want to take this time just to reflect broadly on the past day and a half and have some time for some shout outs.
Spending the whole day with him because I went to the learning walk tour that took place in the morning, and then like lunch, and then dinner. Like I was standing by him and talking to him around dinner, and just hearing like and seeing how humble he was as a person. Because a lot of people are like, oh, I look up to you. Like, how is this? And he's like, it's not even like that. Like, it's just my life. Like, I see people like John Lewis or like people who he looks up to.
Oh yeah, can you use the mic?
Sorry. I was already talking before I was using a mic, or not using a mic, so I just kept it going. But I don't really have anything else to say. That was it. No, my mind is thrown off, so yeah.
Thank you.
I would say the Youth and Party Politics is probably my favorite event. It had a lot of very specific information that like I felt like I didn't know really where to get that information elsewhere. I feel like it was really, like, that was probably the most, out of all of the conferences and workshops and the panels, that was probably the most useful by far. So like, again, props to the people who organized that. It was great.
I'd like to shout out Chair of the House Progressive Caucus, Pramila Jayapal, for taking the time to come down here and energizing us. So thank you very much.
Yeah, so I was just going to shout out the policy breakouts, the issue breakouts that we just had. I'm a bit of a policy wonk myself, and I think it's great that we can all have conversations about organizing, but at the end of the day, it comes down to the issues and just getting to meet with everybody to have a lot of, common stances and common grounds and having a conversation about what we can do as organizers to storytell and get people out to vote this election is so critical. So I was very thankful for that.
I wanted to shout out Doug Jones for coming, particularly for his comments about rural voters. As Democrats, we focus a whole lot on urban areas, and being from where I'm from in Pennsylvania, we focus a whole lot on Pittsburgh and Philadelphia, knowing though that the rural voters in Appalachia will decide the state in that margins matter.
Building on that, my big one was, as somebody from a rural area, to hear a former U.S. Senator say that we need to respect rural voters was huge. I also want to give a shout out to the LGBTQ plus history and Organizing Youth in the South group that met earlier. That was really cool, especially Senator Kim Jackson. It was really just inspiring to hear her speak. And I would also give a shout out to the Bringing Down Regina George breakout that happened earlier. Mean Girls is my favorite movie. I hope it's some other people's favorite movie. So for that to be related to like political structures was absolutely awesome.
I would like to shout out all of the officials that came for the Gen Z, wasn't the title of the panel? Gen Z, Running as Gen Z. All the elected officials that came out there that showed that we can do it in electoral office and that we can actually make that kind of difference.
Shout yourselves out. What are you working on? What are you doing right now? How can the organizers in this room be partners in your work? What does it look like for us to be a youth movement supporting one another, building connections with one another, uplifting one another? What are you working on? How can we be partners?
Hi, I'm Ben Braver. I'm running for state senate in Florida, an absolutely critical state that can absolutely be flipped blue as long as we invest in it. If y'all want to get involved, we need you. We can do it. They have some of the worst policy, but we can make it better as long as we get organized. So reach out to me. Website's benbraver.org, really easy to remember. Be braver, stand up. Thank you.
Mythel Drett, she, her with Empower Project. We're running a paid relational program in 10 key states. Let me see if I could list them. Arizona, Nevada, North Carolina, Georgia, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Minnesota, Michigan, and Montana. So if you're in any of those 10 states, we could pay your volunteers to do the work they're already doing, which is talk about voting, voter registration, even doing a Kamala push. And volunteers can make $250 a pop if they go through the whole program.
Hey everyone, Noelle Heatherland, they them pronouns, statewide organizing manager for Georgia Equality, oldest and largest LGBTQ advocacy org in the state of Georgia. I've been really honored to be with you all this weekend. It's been super inspiring for me. Just wanted to invite you for two things. I'm going to pass it to you in just a second. I am currently working on non-discrimination ordinances for every county in the state of Georgia. So if you are local to Georgia and you want to be involved in getting a non-discrimination ordinance passed in every county here, we just had one passed in Gwinnett County a few weeks ago, and our goal is to get one in every state. So you can see me about that. We currently have paid canvasser positions. We currently have volunteer nights going on every Wednesday night at our office for phone and text banking. We'll have virtual options for people who don't live here. So please connect with me if you haven't yet. And then when I'm not working for Georgia Equality, I'm the political director for Senate District 56. This is one of their campaign managers, and they are going to share how you can get involved with that because it's super important.
Hi, my name is Mo Pippin, they, them pronouns. I am a part of the management team for J.D. Jordan for the 56th district here in Georgia. I can't tell you enough, regardless if you're from Georgia or not, I can't tell you enough how important this particular race is. The opponent that we're up against is a long-term, deep-pocketed incumbent, and he has gone after and targeted our trans youth, our young people, our black and brown communities relentlessly for years without any sort of accountability. J.D. Jordan, which he should be in here in a moment. This is my candidate. He's great. I personally believe in him so much. I don't work for anybody who I wouldn't vote for myself, and I think that he would do a much better job addressing you guys about what you can do specifically to help our work. But specifically, just in case he forgets, everybody in this room, I'm sure, has a social media. His handle is jdjordan.for56. He could really use the likes, the engagement, the shares, anything that you could do to help. That would be great. But I'm going to pass it to him.
Yeah, hey everybody. I walked in a few minutes late, so I had to be like, what's the prompt? What am I doing? All right, so yeah, my name is JD Jordan. I'm from just about half an hour north of Atlanta. So those of you who are from Georgia, I'm talking about East Cobb, Roswell, and Woodstock. That's Senate District 56, which has been identified as sort of the second most flippable state Senate district here in the state, which is great from an analytics perspective. It's great from a demography perspective. It's a very rapidly changing, very purpling part of the North Atlanta suburbs. The reason I got into this is because they came after my kids, right? If everyone knows the metaphor, if your partner's boss is horrible to them at work, you'll be angrier, right, than your partner probably is. And so my two trans-identifying children were denied access to gender-affirming care because of my neighbor who lives 20 houses down the street, right? And he wouldn't take our calls when my wife and I were trying to get in touch with him. And so campaigning is very much an extension of parenting for me. It's also very much an extension of my day job, which is I design solutions for people for a living. I design software. And so I want to bring that sort of passion to protect my kids and all the other kids out there, and my passion for solving problems to the state legislature. As Mo is saying very clearly and probably better than I'm stumbling through right now, the thing that we could use most, of course, we're a state-level legislative campaign so $5 is fantastic, but really with this crowd, it's exposure, right? So if you go to our website, forthe56.com, we're on every platform, and follows, likes, shares, these are the currency of our campaign right now, and especially when trying to reach Gen Z, it's really just trying to get in front of people so we can carry that excited momentum that Kamala Harris is giving us and translate it into legislative success. Georgia is very close to having a balanced legislature, if not, in fact, a blue one, right? And I think we have a very good chance to do that in North Atlanta. So thank you very much.
Thank you. We have time for one more. Tyleek.
Why not? What's up, y'all? Give it up for yourselves for being here. I think it's an amazing that young folks are convening here because you all saw the importance of what's at stake. My name is Tyleek McMillan. I serve as a Youth Coalition Director at the Democratic National Committee. And I think what we all can do to be partners in this room, we're being really big on voter education. I believe that peer-to-peer influence is going to be big this year, how we translate that message to our friends. To be honest with you all, civics is really the basics of this. And some of our peers don't even understand the basics of how our government operates. Some of them don't even understand the three branches of government. So we got to get basic of how our government is working. And so we're working on a voter education campaign at the DNC of how we can really engage voters. I encourage you all to reach out and connect and to connect with us as we're building coalitions. I think it's important that we not only connect with the folks who are in these spaces, in these sphere, in this community, but how we connect with young folks who may not be directly involved in politics, how we connect with folks who may not have an interest in it. And so this coalition work is important of how we reach out and connect with each other. So I encourage you all to reach out, give me your information, your email, so we can keep you all in the loop of the work that we're doing, and how you all can stay in the loop, we can stay in the loop of what you all are doing and how we can best support you all, give you resources if they're, and yeah, just here to build community, and I think that's what it's all about.
Thank you. So I have one more ask of all of you. Of all of y'all. I believe if we're able to get up in a second, if not, I'm going to send out in an email later for a feedback form for the past event. We really want to be able to hear from all of y'all about what we can do to improve for future events. This event was altered and changed and designed based off of the feedback from previous years. Tell us what worked, tell us what didn't work. Okay, we are gonna send it in, oh, there it is. Please, on this side, scan that QR, oh, and on both, amazing. Please scan that QR code now to take you to the feedback form. Again, you will get in a follow-up email, but please put all of your feedback there. We really value it, and this will help us improve for future times. Also, come find me if you want to chat as well, but please fill out that form now and or save it for later. And with that, that's all I have. Thanks y'all so much.
Welcome to the stage, Harris for President Youth Engagement Director, Eve Levinson.
Hello, voters of tomorrow. I'm so excited to have gotten to be with all of you here today in Atlanta this weekend to close out what has truly been a whirlwind and an exciting but exhausting week. 6 days ago, President Biden did what he has done throughout his entire career. He put country first. And on that same day, he announced he would no longer be running for re-election. He endorsed Vice President Kamala Harris, and she launched her campaign. In the week since, we have seen an outpouring of support for our campaign. In just the first 24 hours of her campaign, she raised the most ever for a presidential candidate, over $81 million, more than 60% from first-time contributors for the cycle. VP Harris has already earned the support of over 3,000 delegates, making her the presumptive nominee. And over 100,000 new volunteers have signed up to take action with us. And as I'm sure has been the case for all of you, my For You pages across platforms have been full of an outpouring of support for VP Kamala Harris from organizers, elected officials, celebrities, and creators. The memes and video of the Vice President are quite literally everywhere. And as amazing as it is to see the tremendous youth enthusiasm online, what has been even more incredible is how that online energy has already translated into a tangible desire to take action and get involved with our campaign. In the less than 6 days since Vice President Harris launched her campaign, we have seen young people register to vote at breakneck speed. We have seen young people donate money to our campaign. We have seen hundreds of young people sign up to start Students for Harris chapters on their high school and college campuses across the country. And in the many Zoom trainings and calls that me and my team have hosted this week with thousands of young people across the country, the Zoom chats have been exploding with one question that's overwhelmingly being asked: how can I get involved? As Vice President Harris has said herself, young people will be key this cycle, and she knows that your votes cannot be taken for granted, they must be earned. And that is exactly what our campaign has been doing and will continue to do over the next 101 days. So over these next 101 days, we need your help, every single one of you and your friends. Donald Trump is running a campaign of chaos, revenge, and fear. Trump has promised to be a dictator on day one and to sign a national abortion ban. Meanwhile, Kamala Harris is fighting for a future that strengthens our democracy, protects reproductive freedom, and ensures every person has the opportunity to not just get by, but get ahead. She is truly running this campaign to fight for our freedoms. Freedom of opportunity, freedom to make decisions about our own bodies, freedom to love who we want, and freedom to be safe from gun violence. That is what is at stake this cycle, and it's going to be really close, which is why we need your help. Every door knocked, campus quad clipboarded, meme shared, text sent, dollar donated, and video posted can really make the difference. So who's with me? Raise your hand if you here are willing today to commit to taking an additional action. Thank you. And now if you look over on the screen, you should see a QR code. Because I wanted to share with you a few ways that you can take action to make an impact this election. If you scan the QR code on the screen, you will see a variety of ways to take action with our youth engagement efforts at Harris for President. First, if you're a student, We ask you to start or join a Students for Harris chapter on your campus. You can do so by going to kamalaharris.com/students, or it is also one of the links in the link tree. 2, share your story. As has only been reconfirmed to me in all the incredible conversations I have had with so many of you over this last day and a half, you are the best messengers to your community. And particularly in the fractured media environment in which we live, it's more important than ever that each of you utilizes your voice. So post online, talk to your friends, and join our relational organizing and content sharing app, Reach, which you can find the link to in the link tree. And 3, join our campaign. We are hiring for organizers across our battleground states for both our campus organizing programs and our general field programs. And we also have 2 young organizer training summits coming up in the next month as well. And the links for all of those are in the link tree, so make sure to scan the QR code to see how you can get involved today. We started our youth engagement efforts earlier than previous presidential campaigns, and we are investing heavily to ensure we reach young people where they are. That includes in person and online, mobilizing both students and non-students, and training and empowering young people to do that work. The Vice President herself has throughout her career done so much to fight for and work with young people. I actually had the opportunity to meet then Senator Harris when she spoke at the 2019 March for Our Lives Presidential Forum. Last year as Vice President, she embarked on her Fight for Our Freedoms College tour, listening to, talking with, and engaging with thousands of students across the country. She has met with young people on the campaign trail, and she will continue to now as a presidential candidate, and starting January 2025 as the President of the United States. It is now my honor and pleasure to introduce a special guest who wishes she would have been able to join us in person, but since she was unable to, she recorded a special message for you all. Please give it up for a champion of Gen Z freedom who, as she has said many times, loves Gen Z, the next President of the United States, Kamala Harris.
Greetings, everyone, and thank you to Voters of Tomorrow for bringing us all together. And thank you to all the incredible leaders in the room for your hard work and your dedication. In 2020, it was young voters who turned out in record numbers and elected Joe Biden President of the United States and me, the first woman elected Vice President of the United States. Because young voters showed up, we have made so much progress, historic progress, on everything from gun violence prevention to taking on the climate crisis. And this November, we will win again, and we need your support. In this election, we know young voters will be key, and we know your vote cannot be taken for granted. It must be earned, and that is exactly what we will do. There is so much at stake this November, our most fundamental freedoms, the freedom to be safe from gun violence, the freedom to love who you love openly and with pride, and the freedom of a woman to make decisions about her own body without the government telling her what to do. Donald Trump has an extreme and divisive agenda for a second term. It's called Project 2025, and it includes plans to ban abortion nationwide, even without an act of Congress, to undermine LGBTQ rights, to roll back our efforts to fight climate change, and they intend to eliminate the Department of Education, including Head Start. But young people have the power to stop that from happening. Last year, I convened more than 15,000 young leaders on my nationwide Fight for Our Freedoms college tour to hear about the issues that matter most to your generation. And at every stop, it was so clear to me, your generation is leading on the most important issues of our time. In this moment, we then each face a question. What kind of country do we want to live in? A country of freedom, compassion, and the rule of law, or a country of chaos, fear, and hate? Here's the thing. We each have the power to answer this question. And in this election, we are counting on you to energize, to organize, and mobilize, and to fight for our most fundamental freedoms. And we know when we fight, we win. Thank you all. I'll see you soon.
To the stage, Voters of Tomorrow Executive Director Santiago Mayer.
Can we give it up for Vice President Harris? And are we ready to make her Madame President Harris? I first met the Vice President as a student organizer when she was running back in 2019. Even then, I could tell that she truly, deeply cared about young people. After delivering a speech at one of her campaign events, she stopped for about 10 minutes, and we talked about the top issues for our generation. Even though she could have just walked away, and I could see her staff getting annoyed and pulling her aside, trying to get her moving, she kept asking more questions. She wanted to know what the top issues for our generation was, how she could engage as a senator, and how she would engage in her campaign. During her time as vice president, she has used her platform to speak and listen to over 15,000 student leaders and young leaders on her Fight for Freedom tour. She championed the fight against gun violence by leading the first ever White House Office of Gun Violence Prevention, an idea taken directly from the youth space. And as Donald Trump's extreme Project 2025 agenda outlines his plan to ban abortion nationwide, Vice President Harris has unapologetically stood up for reproductive freedom. I've had the luck of working with her office throughout the past 4 years, and let me tell you, she has remained unwavering in her support for young Americans. As the summit comes to a close, and as we approach the critical 100-day mark for Election Day, which is tomorrow, by the way, I want to leave you with a reflection. This November, no matter what, we will have a new president. One of the options is the phenomenal vice president that you just heard from. Someone who wants to earn your vote, someone who cares about your thoughts and opinions, and someone who is humble enough to take the time and address a room full of young people, many of whom are even too young to vote in the next election. The other option is Donald Trump, a twice impeached former president. He was found liable of sexual assault and convicted of 34 counts of felony. The key figure in Project 2025 and the person responsible for Roe v. Wade being overturned. You know, you don't have to agree 100% with Vice President Harris. I know I don't. But there is no perfect candidate because there are no perfect people. What's more, a candidate who is perfect in your eyes will most likely be not perfect for the person sitting right next to you. Politics and effecting change is not about reaching our goals with a single election. Building power takes time and it takes effort and it takes a lot of very committed individuals, just like everyone sitting in this room. Now, I'm not gonna lie, the next 101 days will be tough. There's gonna be long days and long nights, and I want to apologize in advance to the Voters of Tomorrow team because we're gonna be working very hard. But I know all of us can do it because I have now spent 2 days seeing just how much you all care. I saw how attentively you listened to our speakers, which, by the way, can we give all of our speakers a massive round of applause? And how much time and energy you dedicated in workshops and in panels. So I want to thank you all for joining us at this year's summit. I want to give a shout out to our incredible summit team who made all of this possible. Raghav, Jackson, Midori, Justin, Praharsha, and our phenomenal production partners. I want to thank the Voters of Tomorrow Georgia team and the Laudermill Conference Center for hosting us this weekend. To our political, programming, chapters, communications, and organizing team, all who were key to making this summit successful. To our Chief of Staff, who you heard from throughout the weekend, for making sure that the rest of us did our jobs. And to our incredible sponsors for helping us pay for all of this, as well as to all of our partners. None of this would have been possible if it weren't for the painstaking labor of so many people. I am so grateful and proud of all of you. You know, the goal of this summit is to bring us all together, to learn from each other, to collaborate, to partner up, and to double the impact of our efforts. And I am confident that every single one of you learned something new, made some new friends, or at least enjoyed spending time with like-minded people. But before we all go our separate ways and work together to mobilize young voters from across the country, I want to underscore the title of this year's summit, Year of Youth. We picked this title because we know that young voters have the power to generate enthusiasm for this election and to mobilize your communities to the ballot box. But we can only do so if we are standing together. If all of us, as a generation desperate for change, present a united front against Donald Trump's fascist agenda. We all have disagreements, we all have different philosophies of change, but as Gen Z, we have a shared goal, building a future with more freedom, with an economy that works for everyone, a climate that we can live in, schools free from gun violence, and yes, a president who continues to fight for and not against our future. And as you head home, whether that is here in Atlanta or somewhere across the country, I ask that you keep this shared goal in mind. I ask that you think about how you can work with others to fight for that future. Because as you heard from the Vice President, when we fight, we win. Thank you all so much for coming to the Voters of Tomorrow Summit.